Good day. Our next session of this documentary. Winter is settling in my part of the world at least. I hope y'all are all safe and cozy, whatever season it is for you. We just did Port Valbury last session to get ourselves a Chains of Brandis, or +1 shaman. Not exactly the ideal prefixes, suffixes, affixes, but it'll do. It'll do. It gives us, once we're able to put this on, it's actually going to fill some of our resistance holes quite nicely. Yeah. So other than that, we are just
Come see what's left of my wares.
going to leave these Black Legionnaires to those cultists out in the fields on their own and press forward. We're quite a ways away from being even elite ready. I'm just in here casting the empowered Lightning Nova like I'm just playing like Calidor's Tempest or something. Get acclimated to the character again. This is a upkeep intensive build, keeping the Wind Devils up, keeping the putting the totems in the right spot. So this is called Blood for Cthon. And I thought it was a Blood of Cthon. Like the crafting material. Jebaited. Try to get into where they're keeping the dynamite. There we go. That's what we're looking for. We're having some energy issues at the start of last session. We made a few upgrades during the session, so being a little more judicious with my spell casting. Letting the totem do most of the work. Got a lot of little orbitals on this build. Got the Guardian of Empyrean, got the little Wind Devils. I'm not sure why the Wind Devils have to have their upkeep maintained. I recall Rect saying it's something about Maelstrom. Like, this is the reason that it has to have a duration.
I can't do that yet.
I'm not sure if that is a technical limitation of what they wanted the skill to do, or just some kind of balance issue they're trying to avoid by implementing it like that. But it sure is kind of a pain.
I can't do that yet.
But let's say that it is absolutely necessary that they have a duration. Or up to me, I'd probably maybe make their mana cost higher. And then their cooldown shorter. Because keeping max Wind Devils Lid Plates of Valor. That's a good roll too. 6%. 4% on the Dreadnought foot pads. So let's see. That's probably what we'll want. So if you're gonna make us have to recast them, at least don't waste our time doing it. This little interlude, little Darkvale Gate. Got a good vibe. It's nicely paced. The other sections can drag on a bit.
That skill's not ready.
Or are a little sparse.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
Storm Totems. A little bit easy mode. To level 40. We got a few upgrades to make. Would we ever want these? We would want these if we weren't fighting Chthonians right now. Text message. Oh, voicemail?
That skill's not ready. I can't do
One
that
thing I
yet.
gotta learn how to do is how to skate through this zone. I know the theory behind it. I know where to do it and how to set it up. But actually, the execution. I've tried it a couple times, and the execution. Ooh, level 40. Well, we got some upgrades to make. And we'll get to the next.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, and another big upgrade to make. So our offhand is one that we can upgrade, I believe. Not the next Rift Gate, but the Rift Gate after,
That skill's not ready.
or the general area around there.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
Yeah. So let's press on. Let's get all the see if we can get another piece and do this big switch over all at once.
Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
So in terms of the pacing of the game, this Astrakarn area, you can tell that it is not as dense as the other areas. Like, it's probably bigger than Act 1, but in terms of you can see like how quickly I'm moving through the area, like how quickly I'm picking up the next
Can't do that yet.
um Rift Gate, and what I'm stopping for and doing is I'm basically just beelining Rift Gate to Rift Gate. Whereas
Can't do that yet.
even in Ultimate, you know, you're in Act 1, you're probably gonna do all the quests. You might even visit all the shrines again just for the gear, the experience associated with them. There's just not much happening in this area. There's some MIs to farm if
That skill's not ready.
That's what you are looking for. You know, there is I believe a boss. There's the hidden path, but you know, there's some totems. But in terms of like, say, forget it. This is a bleed ring of steel thing. But just in terms of stuff to do, per square meter, it's just a little barren. Um, like, what if this place was half the size? Like, remove one of the waypoints in the middle. Like, remove the middle waypoint. Right? How much more interesting would it be? Because it doesn't... I don't think it's taking any extra time to traverse. Or, like, you know, over here... I suppose on your first playthrough, you might be exploring a little bit more. I guess that's what I mean is, like, on your first playthrough, you're going to explore a bit more. But there's just less to find. Like, there is this ruin entrance. There is the weird Shrine of Mogdrogan that, unless you have the quest, you can't do anything with. That's it. There is the hidden path, but that area does not open unless you actually are on the hidden path. You know, there is as much to do in, say, like, I'd say there's as much to do in like Whitemire as there is in this whole 3 you know, Riftgate area. Plate harness for arcane balance. That might do again, though. I think we are definitely interested in Chaos Res until the end of the act. Nope. The next area after this, like the area after Fort Icon, like the battlefield and then the Acropolis, they have even less going on, really. Like, the battlefield has not even an, well, the battlefield has Locksmere, but that's only on higher difficulties. It has the Chaos Rift Gate. But other than, and then the Necropolis itself has, you know, some totem areas, some different areas for farming aether crystals and things like that. It's got the other tomb. It has about as much content as the Astrakarn area, I would say. Maybe slightly more. But because it's just like physically a smaller place, it feels more interesting. You're not just running through it. I wonder how much more positive sentiment, I guess. Maybe not most people would have, but at least I would have about the Astrakarn area if it was just smaller. You know? Like Elden Ring is like not even on the terms of the scale of an open world game. It's one of the smallest. It's one of the smallest open worlds. I forget exactly its dimensions, but it is incredibly small. Um, but it's dense. Like almost every place, almost any direction you could go, almost every little nook and cranny it has something, even if it's just a fight with a rune bear. Which, not what everyone's looking for, but
Skill's not ready.
sometimes it's, nice to just say there's just a big, scary monster here. We touched on a little bit before as well. I haven't played a lot of Diablo 4. I've watched only a little bit of it. I'd say less than, honestly, less than 4 hours of even watching like content, like watching a streamer play. Like you have less than 4 hours just to see what it's about. And I think it's a, I think it would probably be better received if the world just wasn't so big. I know they had to like walk back a lot of things like not being able to teleport to dungeons. Um, they're trying to make like the horse a big, the mount's a big thing. Like they had to traverse the world and buy these special mounts, but that's kind of like selling the solution for the problem that you created. Um, why not just make the world smaller? Elden Ring is already a small world, and it has a horse. But the thing about the horse in Elden Ring is it's fun to ride. That little fucker can double jump, get you into places and things, and he can do drive-bys and stuff. From what I've seen, like riding the horse in Diablo 4, just wasn't fun. More aggravating than fun. Um, and that's another thing here. Like I think that Grim Dawn maybe did pretty well. Uh, is this is a world without horses. All the horses are dead. There's no mounts. You gotta walk everywhere. And the world is, in most places, I think, the right size. I think Forgotten Gods, Ashes of Malmoth, Act 1, the later parts of Act 4 here, Necropolis. Just a few places here and there that are, well, I mean, really, it's just literally just Astrakarn. Astrakarn is just too big for the amount of content it's in. And there might even be a little bit of, kind of like a desert in terms of content, because there's different kinds of content in Grim Dawn. There is obviously like content like here's this dungeon, here's this boss, here's where this quest takes you, right? But there's also like the out of the way things of like the Sunspire, whatever it's called. There's literally no reason to go there unless you want that sword, unless that sword is a thing you want. Okay, so we like this. Sorry to switch modes here, but just doing a little, yeah. So we want to make sure that we can still have the things that we need. This is gonna make, if we did this, and then we did this, then you end up, let's put it back, sorry. You end up losing some poison res, you actually gain quite a bit of bleeding and a little bit of acid. Now, we could say, for example, um, I'm leaning towards just living with this, living with having not fully capped. because it does bring up our bleeding risk quite a bit. Like, generally, we have better resistances than we did before. Alternatively, we're quite overcapped on Pierce. We could trade this for like a Sal. But you know what I'm realizing is,
I'll hold on to that for you.
here, let's go back. We need an inventor. Why don't they have an inventor? There needs to be an inventor in every hub. Like, I know you can teleport around, but it's like it's the same thing with like not having the hunter's blind in the season. Like, they did a good job with Homestead of having like it'll have, and maybe this was before, this wasn't such a big deal before because before the expansions, I think literally the only um people that there wasn't a faction vendor for in Homestead was Rovers and Devil's Crossing. So, you can get to Kymans or Death's Vigil, you can get to Black Legion, and you can get to Homestead right there in Homestead. Um, should fucking put a Rovers camp outside. Should maybe when you do the quest to link up food being delivered from Devil's Crossing to Homestead, that there should be like a Homestead faction vendor pops up, and Homestead faction vendor pops up in Devil's Crossing. Devil's Crossing faction vendor pops up in Homestead, and then it's just DLC factions, which makes it worse, right? But let's take a look here. So keep this. I think we're gonna keep that there. One thing we can do is we could put a and even himself instead of a Mark of Monk Drogon. But what I think I'm gonna do is we're gonna keep the item here. Keep the item here. And there is a useful piece of kit that I should make. I think it's called a Ward Stone. Yes. Elemental bleeding movement speed. Put that on our neck. So that gets us pretty good elemental res. Gets us our bleeding overcapped. Oh, and a soul shard will get us good on vitality. So really, what we're hunting for is poison acid res, stun resistance, spirit dump, aether chaos res. Oh, these are. Oh no, those are the good ones of those. Let's just sell these then. Hold on. These. Oh no, wait. These are these are good. These are a good. These are an upgrade. One chaos res. We lose that raging tempest bonus, but we gain More spirit, more OA. Generally, I'd say more damage, at least for the damage types we're doing. And then we can get our Silk Swatch back.
Green is my specialty.
What I could do is I could stop greeting for damage and go Purified Salt, Imbued Silver. And that's some slow resistance, which we do want. I think we'll live with this. We'll greed for now because we want to upgrade this item anyway. Get a new version of it. So I'd rather smash this for its component than destroy the component for the item at this point. Kind of same for this. But we have generally improved things.
Bring me back something interesting.
I'm ready to go back to what Icon.
Good. You've betrayed precisely.
The other thing we can do. Get another bite at the apple for a different Golus's rune. Like the of decay is nothing.
I can't do that yet.
I believe that that's just its affinity. It'll actually be hard to get anything except something like that, something that does vit damage. I'm pretty sure. These badges. Badge doesn't do anything specific for us. A little text message. See where if we've got the what are the spawn locations for the totem arm? That's a really common one. I think that if you don't see it by now, then it's in the secret tomb. Oh, so another thing is we have purified a shrine. And we were working on the feedback of you're taking damage in the devotion screen always spooks me. another thing that Grim Dawn, I think, does pretty well is the feedback of, are you taking damage? Are you in danger? You know, there's like a nice audio cue when you drop to low health. The the red overlay. I mean, it's nice. I'm glad they do it. It's a little over the top. Like it always makes you think like, oh shit, I'm literally dying. I'm literally about to die, because it's like that can't same in other games that same feedback would be like, you are fucking dead. Like you gotta hide behind a waist high barricade to recover your health because you're about to die. Game like Path of Exile, for example, the feedback that you are dying is the light radius around your character is relative to your percentage of current health. So your normal light radius at 100%, you know, at full life is like your full normal light radius, and then I don't think it's like 1-to-1. Like I think it doesn't start diminishing until it's very low. But yeah, like when you're like on the brink of death, your light radius goes down to basically nothing. Which is, you know, cool, interesting mechanic, right? Interesting. You know, like you can say like, oh, everything's going dark. Doesn't do anything in outdoor daytime maps. Like the feedback that you are fucking dying is completely unnoticeable. Like it makes no difference. Like there's no such thing as a light radius in the outdoor daytime maps. So we got Mark of Necrothon, a classic from our last character. Used it quite a while for our apostate, turning that Calidor's, or not the Calidor's, turning that Inquisitor seal into Aether damage when we were still Aether based. Used it for quite a while after we were Aether based, just because it was the amulet we had was just generally good, and it was +3. +3 Inquisitor seal, you know. And we still had a fair amount of Aether scaling even after the switch to Elemental. But I just walk by that totem. I think I did. I think it was on autopilot. And here we get a little treasure trove. Oh yeah, we leveled up twice actually, so we are making our way downtown. I actually think we just want to get to Celestial Presence as quickly as possible, so let's just dump. Let's just dump, because we have to get all the way to the end. And we need 12 more points, which is going to be 4 more levels if we sink all of our points into it. And then we want to actually start leveling that, because that's our res reduction as well. We did get another devotion. keep working through Widow. There's some Aether Res. Yeah. That's some,
Can't do
now I
that
got
yet.
some actual Aether Res. This guy
Skill's not ready.
can slap, apparently.
Can't do that yet.
But we got his ass. An acid buttons alacrity. I know that you can make your. Well, this is a fire strike or a censure. Is there another variant of this that's for Guardians of Empyrean or have I just been looking at the guy and saying, "Hey, that guy's a Guardian of Empyrean," and just assume that that's what the mall was for? Because I know that you can turn a Oathkeeper very easily into acid, but this is very much a purifier or a censure kind of deal. Yeah, purifier, auto attack, turn on that aura of censure, probably jumping on top of people. Melee fire strike.
That skill's not ready.
So let's advance this quest. After you get the okay, so we've got the after you get the ashes, then I think we're cut off until we get further along. But they do have some very important blueprints. Black Tallow, Haunted Steel, Blessed Whetstone, and Blessed Steel are all very important blueprints. Blessed Steel. That's something to keep in mind if you ever find that this Blessed Steel, level 24, although that really only matters on the reroll because you're not level 24 when you get here and also grind up the rep. But this is something to keep in mind if we ever find ourselves in elemental build, or God forbid we ever try to um, oh, they are gonna let us do the next phase of it. If
Can't
we ever
do
find
that yet.
ourselves in a position where we are basically a default attack build, but we don't have a nice default attack replacer,
That
even
skill's
though
not
that's not a
ready.
default attack replacer, it is something that kind of like ABB we could be pressing instead of default attacking. Something that we could reliably attach a devotion to, for example. What, really?
Can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
Just keep an eye out for those. I bet probably all of them. Let me take a closer look at these. Yeah, so Haunted Seal gives you Bloodthirster. Blessed Seal is as an elemental, and then Blessed Whetstone looks like it's the Pierce Bleed version of that. Um, okay, that is as far as this goes. Oh, so I think we're gonna take a little stretch break. So if you are watching back the VOD over on YouTube or following on phone, maybe skip ahead a few minutes, or even just take this opportunity to get up, step away from your desk, or get up off the couch and move around a little bit. I'll be right back. And we're back, feeling refreshed. Let's get back on that grind. Can't teleport out of here because these not only do the Deathfish will have to mooch our chthonic seals of binding. We can't even use our connection to the Aether in their pad because they're just that petty. So an important question is, do we want to be friends with the outcast? And I suppose that the answer is, well, we will just have to do the research. Oh, just run into a pack casting the empowered lightning nova like I'm some kind of arcanist. No, we're a totem boy. We don't run into, we run through, and we leave a totem behind. And we loot. And then the totems and the wind devils do all the work for us. All we have to do is pay our toll of periodically pressing the X button and the D button. Another question is do we want to be friends with the Legion or Homestead more?
Can't do that yet.
I think the Legion supplies. Honestly, the answer is probably just turn it into the Legion. It doesn't matter. But if you want to min-max it, then what you do is you figure out, are you going to be friendly with the outcast? And I saw a hero here, and I want to go kill it. If you are going to be friendly with the outcast, then you definitely want to give the supplies to Legion, because it kind of balances out the loss of... It mitigates the loss of Legion rep when you decide to spare the outcast, right? And then if you aren't going to be friends with the outcast, then you probably still give it to the Legion, because you end up fighting so many more beasts in this game than any other faction that you make up the Homestead rep pretty quickly. Like, you don't really miss it. The only annoying thing about it is if you're right on the border in Ultimate, or if you're already maxed out, like you're already revered, and then it just makes you not revered anymore, and then you have to like grind some beasts a little bit to get back access to those whatever they got you're trying to buy, which isn't the end of the world. It's not a big deal. You could just not do the quest once you hit revered, for example. Or you could just run through the Pine Barrens and kill Mogra, the Gloom Weaver, and whoever that guy is, Blood something the other, and then probably Homestead likes you again.
Stubborn human, you've already lost. Your resistance is an insignificant wretch. Hollow victory.
The other thing to think about is, did you even pick up the Legion supplies? We did. So if I ever, I was thinking about it, if I ever want, oh, where am I going? If I ever want, like the Chains of Ygrad or the Chains of Brandis again, the question of when do you run Port Valbury? I think the answer is probably when you're about to go to Elite. Because I went there and because it looks like the minimum drop level that you can get this particular MI at is 50. So there's not really a point in going there much earlier. So probably right after, yeah, you could go in there. If you're doing the Muggrogan quest, or with Kaiman. Or you wanted that terrible shield MI for whatever reason. But it seems like the timing for Port Valbury, if you're specifically after the MIs, is about level 50, or roughly when you think you're getting ready to switch to Elite. I imagine once you finish Ligorian. Well, I say switch to Elite, but I guess I really just mean like when you're allowed to switch to Elite on a fresh thing, which is after you beat the Ligorian. You probably do want to just go ahead and run through Malmuth and at least reach the Malmuth resistance to just unlock their faction. So let's see what we got. Fleshwork plate mail. Warlocks of Corrosion. Here's Chaos. Could get some Buyer's Might. There's such the way that Ash's Malphus is structured. You know, once you've met the resistance, you may as well just push and defeat Theoden. You could probably skip Forgotten Gods completely, unless you needed an MI from there, and just go straight to Elite. Sanctuary. Last time that was, we didn't get a Sanctuary drop. It didn't let us make our needed a Sanctuary to build our rare relic. I find myself basically building an equilibrium and using it until ultimate. I don't know who else does that. I did that with the Apostate, I'm pretty sure. I used equilibrium right up until ultimate. I think I made an Arbiter. I think I made like a +1, something that's just +1 Inquisitor skills on it. One of the mid-tier ones. But I made it very, very late. Like a lot later than it was available to me. And I don't know. Equilibrium is just, even if you are not an elemental character, it's just that 30 LE res. And look, even this guy's completion bonus, 3% offensive ability. This is all just good stuff. It's like, even if you don't do LE damage, 6 movement speed, 30 LE res, the tranquility. Tough to beat.
Can't do that yet.
Or I just don't know how to value the stats on a relic. I actually had, before I started this challenge, I was just messing around with various characters. I made a poison acid dervish, and I did make a corruption for the ability it gave. It was like the corruption. I think it's actually just called corruption, a skill, which is like you spread some poison and acid damage to enemies whenever they hit you, and it lowers their poison and acid price. And it's like, oh yeah, RR, that's good. I think you just kind of have to. You just got to tear the band-aid off. Probably just got to say, like, I am going to build around not having an extra 30 poison and acid res. Or not. Well, yeah, it'd be great. I'd probably trade 30 elemental res for 30 poison acid res, but not having an extra 30 elemental res. Which is solvable. Like right now, I'd be undercapped if I didn't have it. Oh, no one's shown up because I didn't turn in the quest. But we will go dip in here and get the shrine.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
And all that good ectoplasm.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
This guy is Plagius the Wise. Have you heard the tragedy of Plagius the Wise? gives you the Mark of Plagueis. Vitality, Virus, Might. So this is an oppressor. Acid, poison and acid, and twisted oppressor. Opens that if you want to walk back. But who would ever do such a thing?
That skill's not ready.
Oh. So this... We cannot put this on... Guardians, which is what I wanted to put it on. So we'll put it on Fire Lightning Nova. But that's okay. I wanted to put that on Guardians for now, but ultimately, I think we're going to go for Ultos. And let me take a look here, because I was thinking about getting Tsunami. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I don't really need Tsunami. And I could get Viper, because I don't have that type of RR in my build yet. And I could just keep something like the Empowered Lightning. Yeah, which gets main hand damage, which should be able to apply Viper. Alright, so Moment of Truth. I'm actually going to look up... I'm not going to make the decision off the augments, because those are pretty replaceable. But I'm going to look up... Outcasts. I think they're all called like Outcasts things, right? Not the epic, because that... Okay, so you have like the Outcasts, Mantle, and Pauldrons, and there's a Burning and a Chilled versions. Sky, Wrath. But Outcast things are for like Fire's Might, Eye Reckoning, which we're not really interested in. Celestial Presence is worth having, because that's the resistance reduction. Wind Devil. She's got Wind Devil. She's got Celestial Presence. Yeah. She's got chest armors. And she's got Raging Tempest chest armor. She's got Aether Chaos Res. DA. For weapons. Let's just be friends. So we'll do this. We'll say Here you go. Thank you very much. Yeah, you lose a little bit of homestead, but you gain more than that in. Say, what is it? I'll deal with this witch. And her Anasteria.
What a curiosity you.
And we'll defy Reeves. Can't help right now. And I'm pretty sure if I recall, if you do her quests, it pisses off the Black Legion as well. But if you just ignore her quests, you know, and then she just wants you to fight, yeah, the outcast, Ethereals and Chthonians, which you're fighting all the fucking time. Those are your favorite things to fight for Aether Shards and Seals of Binding.
Took you long enough. It appears that the ritual.
I think I had gotten her to the point where I like she doesn't give you anything for just being friendly or tolerated. But I think I had her base level shop, which I think she doesn't. They don't do anything for you until you get respected. I'm pretty sure. Like respected at a minimum. And I had it like by the time I reached her in elite, and then on the last playthrough I was friendly with her, got her base level shop unlocked, and then decided that we were not friends anymore. And I never got the pants. I never got the pants that I decided to be enemies with her over. It was always the wrong pants. But we ended up not needing them anyway. Maybe I should put on a volcanic stride because the I don't know. It's awkward, like the not volcanic stride, but maybe I should put the Aether Bomb on Virus Might because of like volcanic stride. But it's awkward to use. Like I won't. If I want it on someone, it's more reliable to do it like this. So, yeah, there we go. A lot of times the Northern Lantern is not as far north as the Eastern one. But I think it's like north of the entrance to the catacombs or whatever they are. It's not relative to the Rift Gate, it's relative to the sealed entrance. But it's you know, it's a world without horses. And without horses in the world, what the fuck do you need wagons for? Destroy all wagons. No wagons, no horses. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a quick little sweep. I'm starting to get in the habit of just teleporting back rather than walking back, but maybe we'll do a sweep like this and kill. Maybe get a seal of binding for our troubles. Is there a way to open this from this side?
Can't do that yet.
I look every time I come through. Maybe it's earlier in the area. Maybe it just does not open from this side. It does open from this side. Yeah, right here.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Where's the boss going? He's right there, and then he just like fucking skedaddled.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that. That skill's not ready.
Alvaric's Rebuke. +2. Oh, it's a two-handed weapon. No. It's interesting. It is interesting. +2 Shaman, +2 Oathkeeper. You lose. I mean,
That skill's not ready.
I'm not sure. Like, there's just too many variables. Too many variables. You know, is that actually going to be for Storm Totem? Is 2 points really that much damage? Well, it actually not even that, because you're losing 2 points. It's you know it's a wash on Storm Totem, which is your main thing
I can't
in
do
terms
that
of levels, and then you're losing like the skill recharge and the maximum number of totems, right? But then you get then you got to take into consideration like um, uh, res reduction that you get from the Wind Devils and the
I can't do that.
Guardians of Empyrean, the defensiveness, just the passive increases of the other things that might be giving you some damage. I think it's probably not as good. Because it's like neutral on the points on Stormcaller's Pact and Storm Totem itself.
I can't do that yet.
And the other stuff is assuming it's firing on all cylinders. Right, you've got the Wind Devils and the Empyreans hitting it.
That skill's not ready.
And actually, it's, you know, probably loses a lot from on store toned it itself just because this has +2. So it's not even neutral on that. Oh, wait, hold on.
Can't do that yet.
We did get another devotion. Okay, so we are done with Widow. Let me review what I was doing here. So I think the main devotion that I want is Ultos. To get Ultos, I need some more blue. I don't need a lot of blue. But I was gonna throw in some turtle just for funsies. I was also gonna go get Korvac, but that would be on the way anyway, like getting more blue. I think it's a question of. Oh no, wait. I was thinking I could pretty easily swap uh Tsunami for Viper, but Viper doesn't give pure blue, and I would not have enough blue if I did that. Um, but I think we will go turtle next.
That skill's not.
Oh yeah, that's blocked.
That skill's not ready.
That's blocked.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet. Can't do that.
Bloodlord's Vengeance. All of our damage. Become a big old fiery ascension boy on whatever else you're doing. Wishing I had more res reduction.
I can't help it. That's
Rampage, Ligorian's corruption of Thorns. Meh. Oh, that's the base game content.
You've returned. So our great moment. Good, you're back. I struggle to admit this. You see, the Luminari have long been aware.
Excuse me. My father and I were part of a small.
And now we're ready for Ashes of Melmoth. Okay, let's see here. 2 more levels. And they gave us the Crimson Spike. Thanks, Creed.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Oh, that's a Archon chess piece for sure. Pretty much just using this Kaimon's badge for that big old chaos res. And I'm using this for the Aether and the... pretty much just the Aether. Thought Thunderstruck came with stun res. Maybe that's not on ambulance. +1 mark, +1 shaman. Some poison and acid res. We just gotta sack some Aether stuff. Mm. Mm. Aether Lords. Starfire. Hold on. Again. Yeah, but... Yeah, but... Yeah, but... A different Mantle of the Weeping Eye. Maybe somehow. I mean, pretty soon.
See you around.
Probably about level 50 if I haven't worn them, then I just need to sell them. They're just not giving me what I need right now. What I need is stun res, aether res, chaos res, and poison res.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Devil's Crossing. Merely respected. They would give me poison and aether res. Yeah, let's go back here. Let's check and see if there are any remaining Grobles to terrorize.
That skill's not ready.
There are a few. Will they yield unto me their lightning sticks?
That skill's not ready.
Nope.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Yeti was gonna give me their horn. Nope. Go back here. Head the other way. I think we're only really gonna find Yetis in this area, but you never know. And over by Mogdrogan Shrine is just some Chthonic cultists. I don't think there's any Grumbles that hang out over here. But let's look. It's just Yetis and pigs. Yeah, maybe there's a Grobel camp on this side, because I usually just run through, but I think it's just ethereals and Yetis. And like the destroyed camps. Yeah, looks like we, unlucky. Oh, just a second. Duty calls. All right. Okay, then let's see. We'll just push on. It is not that big a deal not to have an updated version of that. Don't want to go to the Warden's Laboratory. We want to go to Burrich Village. What level are the monsters here? 18. Thinking that we could try the hero Grobel that gave me, but I don't think he would be much higher level. I think he'd probably be like level 20 at most, which is just about the version I have. Well, but we will click on this totem. Just in case there's a low-level blueprint that it can give us that we want. At the very least, it'll give us a bunch of random bits. Need double check if there's anything. Oh, we got a new bag. Time to shift everything over. So Zarya's is +1 shaman. Was this a +1 shaman in Ascension? And it's an interesting one. And Long Dragon's Pact. It's a triple rare one. We could switch to it. and just say stuff the Aether Res, because the Aether Res won't really be relevant for a while. And maybe by then we'll have a different solution.
Need something broken down?
There. So that's some decent Monk Dragons back. That's Ascension, which I should remember I have on my skill bar and actually use.
Bring me back some good features.
And then just generally +1 skills. I'm gonna go Claw. Maybe through Devouring Swarm.
That skill's not ready.
It might be worth popping into the preamble to Port Valkyrie to see if we can get another Fleshwork Playmill. Because this is a level 30 version. And it's pretty poop. We're already level 40. Yeah, okay, we just grabbed the waypoint. Let's quickly do that. Let's just pop into... Yeah, we're not going to actually open the skeleton key area, but we're just going to hope that the area just before is slightly higher level than these guys. Of course, these guys are now, you know, on level. And we're looking for the dudes with the armor. Okay, it is pretty deep in there, and it is to the right. So there's a shield. No plate mail yet. Oh, getting zapped and taking the Aether hits. No good. Carbines. Don't even know why I'm bothering killing these things. They never drop anything. I guess they're just annoying.
I can't do that yet.
We're looking for armor dudes. There's a helmet dude. Some elementalists. Yeah, there we go. Already friendly.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
A lot of damage.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
There's a guy who should have had some armor for me, but he didn't.
That skill's not ready.
That guy might have some armor. Nope.
Can't do that.
Yeah, it's the commanders who can have it, right? But why don't they? An Overseer's cask, though. Hmm.
That skill's not ready.
Again, we'll try once, and then if nothing is yielding anything, you know, we won't waste a skeleton key on it, but could go see if we can get a slightly better hat as well. Although I think this hat is... That's probably not worth going out of our way for. We had to level into it when we got it anyway. But what we want are commanders. But we are not being given them.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Hmm.
Can't do that yet.
Well, we won't bother with the Herald. We'll go poke our head in his area just in case there's a rogue commander.
That skill's not ready.
And there is one. Is it gonna be you? Nope. Yep.
Can't do that yet.
Alright, well, you can't say we didn't try. We'll just hope we get something in the meantime. From somewhere. Like I said, don't think I'm going to Refarm the helmet. We're just going to push on. Anything we care about in this area? I don't think so. I guess just blooms. Just do the quests while we're passing through. So what's worth doing here is Nani Stash Quest, the Lost Father, and a shrine. Usually there is a totem. I don't think any of the guns that the human cannibals carry are worth it. Keep an eye. I don't recall exactly what like the Wendigo Eyes, Barbs, the Leaf Mane trophies do, but I don't think we want the offhands. I don't think that the daggers or whatever they are things we want either. And we'll go click on this totem. There we go. Enough points to get there. That'll probably be the thing we dump our points into. And then probably this Raging Tempest. Go ahead and start cranking out on Tortoise, Tootle. There's the dad. Hey, Pap Pap.
Please just leave me.
Just go through the rift. Come on, Garrett. It's free real estate, buddy. Both of them were baddies today. Both those little uprooted stumps. Unlucky.
Can't do that yet. That's still not ready.
Is he spawning these little crabs, or are they just wandering up? Come on, Tootle. Come on, Crab Tootle. Let go.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
Venom launcher. Nothing doing.
Can't do that yet.
Yeah, compare this area to like Astrakarn. It gets slightly bigger, I would say. But just has more stuff in it, you know. Well, actually, I don't know. There is I think it's got, like, Astrakarn is this long, kind of straight, unavoidable path that winds a little bit. And this has a main path. Like, if you just want to get to Praxis's Cave, to Coven, there's a fairly short path there. But then there's a lot of side areas, and there's even, like, reasons to go to those side areas, depending on who you are. You know, like the underground areas in the first part have a boss who has a good chance to drop some good MIs for certain builds. Or, I mean, just drop MIs, I guess, in general. Um, you need blooms, so like hitting all the rotten stumps and just sweeping through the area sometimes. Although I've never played a character who felt this pinch, but apparently you do also need Wendigo spirits. Haven't had a character yet that needed them that badly. I mean, honestly, on this challenge, I haven't had a character who needed blooms that badly, although I did use up a good chunk of blooms on, I think I made like one spell shorts plating. I think it was maybe also the only recipe I had that could use them. But who knows? Maybe this next character, one of these characters coming up, will want to actually use the Wendigo spirits and, you know, you need to use them. You know, kind of like the areas that have just aether crystals. Astrakarn does have aether crystals in like one specific area around one portal. That's what I'm saying. Like, you could probably get rid of that middle portal, just that whole middle section. Just get rid of it. Just condense it down, and it would just feel a lot better to play and traverse. It's just the forced traversal through an area that has not really anything that you're going to stop for. Whereas this, the main critical path is fairly short. If all you want to do is get to Coven, get to Barrel Home, and get to GTFO, it's a relatively short path. But then, you know, there's a side area that has Ancient Growth. There's a side area that has the Undergrowth, again, for farming blooms. There is Genaxia, and Laria, if you want to farm Laria for the Strife Knives. There is Ugdal, if you want to farm him for, I guess, Arcovian rep. I think, actually, if you want Coven rep, you are supposed to help him. But I believe you get Arcovian, or you get, he is an Arcovian ghost, so you get Rover rep if you defeat him for killing him. And he's a hero ghost that you can farm in this area if you want to farm him. There's the ambush chest, the Arcovian ghost ambush chest. I'm not sure if that's a one shot, but I mean, it's there. It's something that, you know, you could go out of your way to find if it's not on your main path, and it's something. If it's it might be a once per difficulty, like just a essentially a quest, but if it's not, then that's something to go out of your way to farm. There's the mine. The mine has dynamite at the very least, and then the ghost crab in the back if you need his heart for some reason. There's just a lot more to do. There is a lot more to do, and it's easy to opt out of doing it. Yeah, let's take a look. Okay, so we can get Briarthorn and Emboldening Presence. +5 to Emboldening Presence. That's probably from the Conjurer's prefix. I bet it's got just native Emboldening Presence.
That skill's not ready.
And that Conjurers must add a little bit extra on top. And these normal totems just do not stand a chance. Did I kill Genaxia? Pretty sure I did. I think she just went down like a sack of shit. Barb. It's like a necro occultist thingy. Like for maximum synergy, I guess. Oh, there you go. I'm gonna do like a big old Fire Guardian of Tyrion. Leaf Main Trophy is actually an apostate item.
That skill's not ready.
So is the implication that either crabs were such degenerates that they were worthy of Urabak's curse and are also ghosts like the Arcovians, or crabs are just generally that ornery that they are one of the only species other than humans to return as ghosts? Don't know if we need any. Don't know if we need the venom gaze vial still. Peek in this corner here. It's one of the possible locations for access to the undergrowth. A vine ring. Shield throw. In general, is it a ring worth having? Not in general. One of the other accesses to the undergrowth, I think, is just off in the corner here. Yeah. Right here. Okay, so mention this pretty much every time I come here, but in case you're new to the series, this little side area, I mean, obviously it's got a shrine, but it also has a quest related to Ugdal, the something of the Ugdenbog, I think the Wrath or something. We'll see. We'll see who he is. but it is a quest that gives you two options. Ugdal. Basically, depending on what you need, you might choose one or the other, but one of them is a little bit harder than the other to complete. You can help him by giving the Wendigo Spirit. In return, you will get an ethereal missive and a bump of Coven of Udenbog reputation. Or you can do what I'm going to do, which is fight him. And yeah, he's the Wrath of the Udenbog. And what you will get for killing him is a Wendigo Spirit, reputation with the Rovers. He is something that can drop this this type of MI, and I believe he's farmable. I believe now that I have completed that quest, he will respawn and you can farm him for this MI if you need it, or I guess Rover's rep, because he's technically an Arcovian undead. But yeah, just generally, I guess it depends on what you want. I think the consensus is that just it's not really worth your time or the Wendigo Spirit. You know, to farm, you could farm up the time it takes to farm up the Wendigo Spirit plus losing the Wendigo Spirit is not worth the rep and the ethereal missive. To me, I think the math just comes down to the time. And this is maybe just, you know, my personal experience, anecdotal. I don't really ever feel the pinch of Wendigo spirits, but again, that's the whole reason for this playthrough, is that there's loads and loads of characters and archetypes I've never played before. So that, you know, Wendigo spirits maybe are pretty valuable, and not something you just want to let go. By the same token, I've never really found a use for ethereal missives, so they're kind of equivalent in my mind. I suppose mostly it'll just come down to the time invested, which I tend to agree. The time of, unless I happen to have already found a Wendigo Spirit and it is in my inventory, I still might just kill him just because, you know, I don't need a ethereal missive either most of the time, which again is maybe because I just have not played enough of the game and enough of the character archetypes for whatever kind of thing you would be doing with ethereal missives. The spark thrower variant, primal strike gun. And just absolutely bulldozing these totems still in normal. Absolutely nothing they can do to us.
That skill's not that skill's not
Vine ring, another one. Think there's any loots hiding amongst the vines. Go back to the Barrelhome Rift.
I can't do that yet. Can't do that.
There we go. Finally. The structure of these, the quest that wants the Leaf Mane trophy and the vial or whatever it is, a little weird because I'm pretty sure that Garadia will not offer it to you until after you've recovered the Ugdenbog fetish. But most of the time, in fact, I'd say almost without fail, even if you decide to go, hostile with Barrowhome and don't go the extra mile, like don't spend a lot of time exploring the Barrowhome area, just basically kill them and take the fetish and leave. You're probably gonna get a vial and a trophy, or a horn, I guess is what it is. And in your first time playing through, you're going to see lots of them drop, and you're only going to be able to pick up one, and you're not going to be able to pick up the others, and you're going to be like, it's going to be a little sus. It's a little confusing.
Welcome, traveler. Oh, cutting right. Glad.
Okay, we will stay friendly with Barrelhome. Okay, now I think that we just start pumping the Sentinels, start getting that RR going. Maybe it should have been something more like the Sisters quest offered by a different NPC, and able to be, number one, told, like, what the fuck are these things and why are they important? Because they stop dropping when you complete the quest. And they continue to drop, and maybe you think they're important, maybe you think it's a bug why you can't pick them up. But they stop dropping when you complete the quest. Yeah, maybe it should be done by a different NPC, one that was, maybe that was always the intent and just something happened, right? Where you could complete the quest, or at least get the quest, and know what they are before they start dropping. It works a little bit like it works like the Slith necklace quest, right? Where they start dropping, as soon as you encounter the Slith, and then you basically maybe you try to if you find the rover trader, right, it might be like the other half of a mystery, but it seems more like, especially with the slip necklaces where you can pick up more than one, it seems like, oh, this is some kind of resource I'm gathering, and I just have not found, where to cash it in. And it is a bit of a letdown that it's just like, just one quest and they stop dropping, I suppose. But, or it is maybe not a letdown. Maybe that's not the right word. But as a new player, you might be thinking like, oh, maybe this is some kind of, material component that is worth picking up and having lots of, and then it just stops dropping. They do use, I think, the same kind of color and description. Like an ancient heart is technically a quest item, the same as the Venom Gaze Bile is a quest item. But this one is well, I guess. Well, they use the same colors. This one isn't a quest item, and this one is a quest item. But I believe that. Oh, here they are.
I can't do that yet.
Potentially, any one of these purple ones could be used as an item to satisfy a quest. Might be why they use the same kind of art. Because you need to get an ancient heart to do the you need chthonic seals of binding to do the Death's Vigil Kaiman's quest. You need the ancient heart to do the Mugdroken Shrine quest. I don't know. I wish they didn't use the same kind of highlighting. I think these are supposed to be like. That's the confusing thing, is that these are rare crafting materials that can stack, basically, and these are exact same font, exact same color, exact same highlighting quest items, which do not stack but drop off of certain enemies as if they were a rare drop and can't be picked up once you already have one. So yeah, it's something I think to think about, like just in general when you're structuring anything, in a game. Like, when do you introduce these concepts? Like the honestly, like having the Slith amulets like drop before you meet the quest giver. I think that kind of works. I think it works. It works for the quest. It works pretty well. Like I was saying, it wasn't like it's a letdown that you don't do anything with them. I think it's more of a missed opportunity to do something with the Slith amulets. Like even if it was just like the raw material for some low level recipe, right? Some low level component, the raw material for it. One that you're not going to use outside of Act 1. Right? Because Sliths only appear inside of Act 1. But it works better because they drop, they stack, they kind of give you like a, hey, what's this for? And then you find the other piece of the mystery. This is like, they drop, they don't stack, but they keep dropping. Why are these dropping? And then if you decide to stay friendly with Bearholm, it's actually a very, very long time before you get to the other side of the, before you get the other piece of the mystery, which is that Gargardia wants them for a quest that she just hasn't given you yet. But yeah, I think if it's another weird little oddity, like the Manticore Poison Gland quest is similar, but that isn't so gratuitous because there is at least before there were totems, you cannot encounter a Manticore before you encounter that quest giver, unless you, I think yeah, like I think you can't. Short of a totem, the totems kind of broke that rule. When totems were introduced, like you could encounter a Manticore before you reach the Jagged Wastes, but Manticores only exist in the Jagged Wastes. I guess what you could do is you could also skip the Pine Barrens, but I think that the Manticores in the Blood Grove are the wrong type to drop the Poison Gland. I think it's only the what do they call it? Like Manticore Pride Alpha or whatever. Are the only ones who can drop it. So yeah, the Blood Grove Manticores wouldn't drop it. There are Manticores in the Ancient Grove. I'm not sure if they reuse. Well, there's the Manticore that guards the front. I'm not sure if they reuse any Manticore from the previous part of the game. But the reason that the totems give it to you is I think they just, you know, the what are they called? The wild tokens or the feral tokens or feral totems. They just randomly pull from that faction of animal or that faction of enemy and a Manticore. So you can get the gland before you reach the Pine Barrens. So that one is kind of masks the awkwardness of it. You still have the kind of the awkwardness of unless you immediately turn in the quest, like they're just dropping all over the shop, and you can only pick up one, and they're the same color as something else like Ancient Hearts. And it's like, hey, is this like a resource that I'm gonna need? Like, why don't these stack? Is this a bug? And maybe that was the original intent. Like maybe they being the same color and kind of same visually the same as those types of things. Maybe they were all meant to be at one point. You know, some kind of resource, some kind of component, some kind of crafting mat. But just the they were just surplus to requirements essentially. It is a weird little thing. Maybe they will get it right in Fangs of Astrakarn. Maybe all the quests will be perfect and they'll make sense and they won't be cumbersome or awkward. Praetorian Face Guard, that might be worth holding on to.
That skill's not. That skill's not
Ay, dang it. I hate when you can't dash through them. Come on. Thank you. Oh, and this guy only has his own custom monster and frequent in the season mod. I forgot. I guess he's a boss that might reliably drop the waist guard. Waist guard seems a little rarer than the girdle or the soldier. Maybe not rare. Maybe it's just that Caraxus, the other turtle, who can also drop the girdle. He's a little easier to get to than this guy. On the way out, we'll check the little nooks and crannies, make sure we're not missing any of the stinky turtles. Because if you leave without killing enough of the green turtles, then you might have killed too many turtles. Crab turtles.
Can't do that yet.
And then you'll have to reset the game if you want to finish the crab quest. Stinky crab quest. The only other thing is I'm a little paranoid that I did not check this little pool here. Okay, good. We're good. And if you're just tuning in for the first time, if you've never seen the previous iterations of this, never seen Rex fresh starts or leveling streams, there's a quest to kill all of the green smelly turtles in that mine, and you can do it early, but if you do not kill the requisite number of stinky turtles, when you go to start the quest, it will reset the counter, and you may not have left enough turtles alive to fulfill the quota. Hold on. Hold. I do see a totem, so we'll go click on it. Okay, and then there's the other travelers.
I can't do that yet. Can't do that yet. Can't do that yet. That's still not ready.
Damn. I'm thinking like, I'm making pretty good time. I'm almost to Malmoth. We're nearly done with the Barrow Home shenanigans. But I'm kind of still in the mode of the season where you kind of just skip straight to Ultimate from normal. And also all of the skill point quests are Ultimate only. You don't get any of them in normal or elite. So once you have your, once you've met all the factions, once you have your the resistance for it.
So pleased that I am thoroughly pleased to hear that you've been mingling.
Yeah. He's just in a weird state. Makes it seem like you gotta talk to him. But you don't. You don't have to do anything with Laria, I guess, until you want to unlock Ravager. But we can just teleport home. It is warm, though. I'm gonna go turn down the heater real quick. So, be right back in a second. My house coat is too long. Went to hang it over the chair because it's too warm to wear right now. But it falls on the floor. Gets caught under the wheels. Okay, we've got a bunch of guff in our inventory. Let's clean out the... Hold on, let's do Guardia's shit. She'll want one of our blooms.
Are you ready? You chose to negotiate. Now, the altar of Ratosh is a rare place. Now that you have what you came, ever since the Ugdum, do you have?
Oh wait.
Perfect. It deep beneath Ugdum good. Perhaps in time.
So she wanted a bloom. And then she wants us to kill Shinaxia. And then doesn't trust stuff enough to continue this.
I'll keep your stash safe.
Chaos gaze.
It's safe with me.
All
Promise.
right.
Come see what's left of my
Sift through this horse hockey. You've been thunder touched. Gloves are starting to fall off. Legs is okay. Empowered Chaos Gaze, both at the same time. All the Chaos Gazes in my inventory. Pierce Vit, no. Poison Acid. This might be worth holding on to. I don't really care about the Virus Might stuff. It's like a nice little bonus, but it's not making or breaking the build. So yeah, maybe we will wear this, and maybe if we find other pieces, we'll use it. 15 physical res is a lot. The Aether, the Chaos res, hey, that's exactly what we need. Poison and acid resistance on this base is something that could be pretty useful. Now, not sure why I was holding on to this. Maybe for the 5. I don't actually, I mean... Yeah, I don't know why I'm holding on to that. These, I don't know. We don't. We're not. I mean, we got this Zarya spinner. We're never gonna use that. I don't think we're gonna use these either. No. Now we're just waiting on level 50 for
See you around.
a thing.
Got something you need.
Just keep that in mind. I kind of been like on autopilot. Like saying, oh, I've got, you know,
It's safe
the upgrade, I don't really need to worry about belts, but that's 3 levels. That is a bit of ways. Alright, well, we are diving back into the chaos place. Actually, Ancient Grove. Do we do Ancient Grove on normal? It has a place to get. Oh, we never found Nani's stash. And we also never talked to. Do you do Ancient Grove on normal? Do you do Ancient Grove on normal?
Skills not ready.
Maybe if you want something off of I know one thing I did learn since doing the Apostate run is that supposedly Shard of Baranath is a guaranteed blueprint
That skill
from the Ancient Grove. There's a vendor in the Ancient Grove that sells various things, but one of them is the apparently the Shard of Baranath blueprint. Excuse me. He may sell other things that I am unaware of. And I'm too lazy to look things up. What can you do?
I am relieved. We were never close, but he's the only family I got left.
So I guess, frankly, we've got no choice but to do the Ancient Grove. Just to learn. I actually did Ancient Grove on the last character. I don't recall. I didn't have a specific reason to. I did. I was thinking like I thought that maybe Gargable's rings were worth looking into. This is the wrong direction. But I don't remember if I did it. What am I going to do? I remember if I did it this early. But Mogdrogan should meet us outside and give us a skeleton key.
can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Yep, there he is. He wishes us to enter the Ancient Grove. There's also a shrine in here, which is useful.
I can't do that.
I don't expect Gargaball to be too hard for this character. Probably just drop totems behind me and just kite him at range. It will be a little awkward.
Can't do that.
Trying to get the Aether Bomb on him.
That skill's not ready.
It's like, what was hitting me? Yeah, just everything goes like totally red, and it's like, what the fuck?
That skill's not ready.
It's like, you are in danger! You are taking 1 damage per second! From a dot that's going to expire in 2 seconds. You are done! Give me that. As long as it's giving me the, as long as it's giving me more minus res, I'm just gonna take it. That's how we roll here. We don't really put a lot of thought into the leveling build. Just gonna dump points. Whatever feels right.
Can't do that. That skill's not ready. Can't do that.
Yeah, he did give me a skeleton key. Yeah, he gives you a skeleton key. Of course he does. Now the reason we're doing this is learn, to confirm. Yes, he does shell the Shard of Baranath blueprint. And this might be where I got it, because I did do this. I did do this. I just maybe did not internalize what it meant and connect the dots. Maybe I was just too psyched about getting the Shard of Baranath to really like think about where it came from or what else would be there available to us for other characters, which was a little bit of the point of this game, or this challenge, is just to learn what the options are.
Can't do that.
Go ahead and ascend, took a little chunk of damage, and I'm scared now.
Can't do that.
Okay, Basilisk Mark. Not for us.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, little Aether Goopies. Aether Crabs? Barbs! That's interesting. Oh, it's probably on the other side. And then there's a little arena here. There's the shop. I can't make it through there. I suppose this is a place if you didn't find one of the MIs that you wanted, you know, only didn't find your Basilisk Mark or your Waist Guard or whatever, you could come through here and maybe still see it. But yes, this is a Vinelton. You can get some Bargle's cores or some Bargle's hearts, Bargle's roots, Bargle's core. Wait, Bargle has so many different kinds. Let's see. So Bargle's got a Shattering Smash. Bargle's got Necromancer Cultist, looks like. Bargle's. Oh, that's another one of those. Bargle's Root. Bargle's Heart. Inquisitor Nightblade, and then he also got these. He has Uldajax, Badge of Mastery, Maw of Despair, Ogden Juice, Dread Massive Gurgoth. Hey, that's +3 Storm Totem on a helmet. Would you ever? I think this is like where you switch over to Primal Strike. Not on this character, I don't think. We'll save our money. I think by the time I'm thinking about that, I've probably about leveled it. So we got Ogden Juice and a potentially an upgrade at level 50 for the helmet. Just because... Oh, he also has these. Let's see. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, so if there was like MIs of these that you desperately needed, you could just buy them. Maybe the ones I'm interested in is maybe the creeping ring does something. Couple of crests. Not super interesting. Mark, not interesting. Vine ring. Creeping ring. Living ring. Nothing. Yeah, nothing.
I can't do that yet.
So either I misheard and it's a different dungeon, or it's a different difficulty. Like maybe he only sells it on elite difficulty and up, or it's random. Like he does not have everything always. That was, I mean, he had something worth coming here for. If we can make it out.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, one issue. Getting close enough to get the Aether Bomb on him. Also, keep casting the totems. Slatstar. Panetti. Actually, Hermit's Lizards. Gotta come all the way to Ancient Grove to get weapon damage on Panetti's. I guess. It at least exists. And we also have Golgazor. Is this I think the Assassin is where all that piercing cold comes from. Attack speed. Weapon damage to Righteous Fervor. Like an acid. It's weird. That's like a Nightblade Inquisitor or Paladin. Acid Paladin. Yeah, I think it'd always be Inquisitor with that though.
That skill's not ready.
I guess it makes sense, like Nightblades, they've got built into the class support for poison and acid. Same with Oathkeepers, you know, they can go Path of the Three, Green Sentinels, right?
That skill's not ready.
And that would let them do their do Righteous Fervor instead of Shield Throw. Because I don't think no, Righteous Fervor has a convert. Has a all their main things have some kind of acid convert transmuter. Most of them do anyway. I could just look. Yeah, Righteous Fervor has an acid converter. That's an acid converter. That's a fire. Yeah. Only thing that doesn't is Fire's Might. Did I get that totem? I guess I did.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
It looks like that's to help the Inquisitor side be more acid and poisony.
That skill's not ready.
Be an acid paladin. Maybe I'll be an acid paladin when it comes up. It's gonna be a while. He's pretty deep in there.
Can't do that. That skill's not ready.
Aether crabs? What is this? Aether manticores? Aether monstrosities? Ground degen. Brutal. Who's doing that? Jeez. Totally normal Dawn Shard.
That skill's not
Now, is there anything else? I think there's another crab. A boss crab in here that wanders around. Those guys were booty blasting me. Are there two crabs, or does he just have two different spawn locations? Like he can spawn on this side or the other side? There are two crabs. There's Golgazor and Vilgazor. Must destroy all crabs. Vilgazor's heart. What is this? Demo Nightblade.
that skill's not can't do that yet.
Should maybe start pressing Ascension more often. I tend to use it reactively when I take damage. We should be more proactive. When I see certain dangerous enemy types. Those Chaos Manticores seem a lot more dangerous than the Aether Manticores. And split my money or math to see if this is an easy just kite him around kind of thing. I do have to be close to make. Yeah, I mean he's going down. Because my guys won't. Yep.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, this is where it gets a little spooky, because my guys, they actually have kind of a short leash. I mean, they can get there. Let's not stand on the volcano.
That skill's not ready.
And it's his, like, little fury swipes, which are scary. But he's going down just fine. Let's be mindful of the
That
vents.
skill's not ready.
Yeah, not really getting the dudes involved, though. A little too scared. And he's in rage.
That skill's not ready.
Rage. And it seems like a scary thing to run directly away from. Well, he went down. He got a ring. Some rep. +2/low presence. Be trading some chaos for some. Probably not a good trade right now, but it is a huge amount of armor. Huge amount of armor. Oh, I mean, I can't use it anyway. I mean, it's something to consider. Legendary one-handed mace. +3 to Maelstrom. Big elemental damage. I don't know if I use this, but could do. Raging Tempest. Yeah, this is where it's like, I'm not sure. This helmet. Maybe we should go farm another version of this helmet. This is a level 35. I'm not sure how high up. That area is going to go in normal. Stormcaller, Spellblade, Wind Devil, and Maelstrom. Girthy. Increased lightning damage. There is no way that this is worse than. I think that's just because I lose the empowered. Okay, I lose all the damage. Shell Shock Epaulets. +2 Scrum Collars Pack. An interesting. A lot of interesting upgrades we got. Shame we can't use any of them yet. And you give me Ribbon and Sedge. Let me have all of that. Might even be worth checking if
Safe storage. No questions asked.
I am allowed to help them further. All of this is a cell.
I'll hold on to that for you.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Fire register ring. Oh, we reach respected. That lets us get fortitude, fervor, hysteria, gluttony. Ooh, I should have checked if I actually knew all of these. Fortitude, fervor, hysteria, gluttony. Okay. Spectre. And then you kind of do want all the relics you can get, because you never know. I mean, I guess you could know. I guess it wouldn't be hard to know. Yeah, now she's gonna let me help you.
Not far.
But a lot of the later relics require just random lesser relics.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet. Can't do that yet. Can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
Have you good as much?
Alright, and then we're done for now. Not until the next tier will we be allowed to assist.
I'll keep your stash safe. Got
Man,
something
why do I
you
get
need.
an extra key? Shouldn't that have been consumed?
I'll keep an eye on it.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Or did it consume the one from my bank first? Hey, strictly on resistances, that's a belt, and I won't be able to use it in time. Oh, hold on. Cold gun. Okay, never mind.
See you around.
Alright. You know, I think I am down to try to get a new hat. Because the Chthonian mobs in the Ancient Grove, they did slap me pretty hard. Hey, are these guys the kind that can drop plate mail? Is it worth going over here and seeing? These guys want to drop some plate mail? Doesn't seem like it. They want to. Yeah, these guys are level 50. And we're honored. Oh, okay. I should be paying attention to this. Honored is an important threshold for the faction because it means you can buy their writs. Heck, maybe I should go pick that up before I kill this boss. This slight optimization. I think this is also where they're going to tell me to go
Can't do that yet.
go F myself and want me to go to East Marsh.
Can't do that yet.
Yeah, you can get that. Infant Mac. Oh, and our first amulets. Dot. Just health. I mean, kind of good on all this shit. It's maybe bleed. Like maybe I could get bleed and then I could turn this into not that. A couple pieces of it. Anybody else I'm honored with? No, it's weird how they were the first one. On my apostate, I hardly got anywhere with them. Yeah, I'm not gonna pick that one. I'm not gonna do that on this difficulty. Probably because I did Fort Valbury.
That skill's not ready.
Probably because I did dip into Heron because I wanted this hat, and I did Valbury. Just barely boosted me over. But I'm getting a little anxious because this game, you can't really over level. You gotta kind of over gear. Or I guess it's more accurate to say it is harder to over level in this game. You have to compensate by over gearing. And we got her Ordered of the Eagle. Trades for some. Okay, well, it is like way more in the armor. Oh, and of course it's level 55, so can't use it. Came here too late. If we were ever gonna do that. Demonic Timon's badge. So we can go and grab some dynamite. Well, it is something at least to look forward to. Get a relic. But I think the question is, do I want to? I'd rather get the Silk Swatch back. I'd rather get the Silk Swatch back than. I'd like to have the Silk Swatch instead. We'll just roll with it. It'll be fine. Let's stop wasting time. Let's get and meet Malmuth. Blair. So I'm pretty sure in my final build I only need a blue and a red. Do I need that 4 blue? I got plenty. wouldn't really. I mean, when maybe when it buys me something, I'll do it. But right now, I don't think it buys me anything.
That skill's not ready.
Also, being so greedy. The damage odds. I think I need the amber. Like I need a spell to proc the Aether Bomb.
That skill's not ready.
But maybe I don't need the lightning weapons. No, already did it.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that. Can't do that.
Go fight the benchmark boss. This boss for benchmarking a build.
That skill's not ready.
Does he booty blast you? Does he slap you around? Does he clap your cheeks? Do you clap his? If so, how fast? Damage seems good. Just healing each other. Oh, heal bitches.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
Went down like a bitch, at least on normal.
That skill's not ready.
Is that you, Mother? An unfortunate Ogrim. Yes, yes, I think I remember now. The void to Malmouth, I see.
That dialogue pass through is, I think, the fastest way to get him to shut up and let you continue. Just say what happened to you, say I'm not the Emperor, and then say it's me, your friend. We have to go to Malmouth. Level 50. Looks like we got some upgrades coming. I think we want to max this because it has the... Oh. Apparently my rainbow filter is out of date again. We want to max this because... Well, we'll keep putting points into this until it stops giving us good value on the resistance reduction.
Can't do that yet.
Take a peek. Take a quick peek at my tentative item build. Which I think I do need to pop into just kind of scanning all the monster infrequents that are available. It looks like Sagaria's Sacred Blade, which you get from the second level of the Tomb of the Eldred Sun. Is a decent thing for this. It's got more resistance reduction to Wind Devils. So maybe I should dip into Forgotten Gods on normal before I head on to Elite. Fortunately, that guy is basically dang near the end of the act. But at least he's guaranteed to drop it. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he dual wields, and he is guaranteed to drop both his Tainted and his Sacred Blade. Yeah, chest armor is so bad. Okay.
Can't do that yet.
This time around, there's not much for us in Malmuth other than making contact with the Resistance. Although I think they only care about the Ethereals literally in Malmuth. So, in terms of gaining their rep, you know, we're not gonna, it's not like Homestead where just the people they care about you killing are just all over the dang shop. At least Malmuth makes more sense than Devil's Crossing, who, once you've finished their quest for Act 1, they literally do not give a shit about anything you do except fight Cronley's gang. You know, even though they are besieged by Ethereals, they just stop giving a shit after you kill Warden Krieg. And they do not give a shit while you're in the act. You could understand, you know, Malmuth only caring about doing something, you know, as a resistance faction, right? Only caring about the things that are immediately happening to them. And Devil's Crossing is similar, I guess, in that there is a resistance faction of Devil's Crossing who only care about what is immediately happening to them. And I guess they just feel I guess in the lore, which is difficult to communicate in the mechanics of the game, is that, yeah, the Ethereals are under control. They have been completely pushed out of Burlich. Or at least the ones that are remaining there are mindless and do not have, you know, do not pose significantly as much threat as are you know, somehow they are considered to be so harmless as to not be worth. I mean, that's Celestial Presence in Haven and 30 total speed to summon Celestial Guardian. It's just too bad that it's not really what I'm on. It's not really the shit I'm on right now.
That skill's not ready.
But in the mechanics of the game, the Ethereals in Act 1 are part of the Ethereal faction, which is a different faction than the Ethereal Vanguard who occupy Malmuth, right? And the faction that opposes Devil's Crossing is not the Ethereals, but actually Cronley's gang, or immediately threatens them. But even within, like, the conceit that, yeah, with the defeat of Warden Krieg, effectively, you know, despite the fact that they're still running rampant all throughout the countryside, you know, that's just the nature of the game, in that you don't really ever make a real difference. for the most part. Yeah, I mean, you do a little bit. Like, you drive them out of the steel cap and make those little spearheads, but time is kind of frozen to... you know, where you can go back and refarm the zones, essentially. Like, the conceit is, we're going to go back and refarm the zones, so that's why the monsters are still there. Right? So we say, wait a second, did I not talk to this asshole? You son of a bitch.
You're right, of course. Oh, great. To the north is good thinking.
I'll meet you there. I've already learned zeal.
Well, not to
Not to worry. Right. But, you know, Devil's Crossing doesn't really care about you killing the Ethereal faction anymore, or at all, because they were always worried about Cronley's gang, or more worried about it, right? And Malmuth Resistance doesn't care about anything except the Ethereal Vanguard occupying Malmuth, because, you know, they're literally boot on throat for them. But the Black Legion, I think, also doesn't care about anything except the Ethereal Vanguard. I'm not sure if that was always true, or if that was changed. They care about the Outcast and the Ethereal Vanguard, but they don't care about Ethereals in general. I wonder if that was changed when Ashes of Malmoth was released. And then Barrowholm hates Chthonians. Covenant Ugnenbog doesn't like beasts. And Death's Vigil doesn't like Ethereals. I think Kaiman, if you're on their side, they don't like Chthonians. Like, obviously they care about Kaiman's children, but they don't like Death's Vigil and Chthonians. And then the Outcast is one of the few factions, other than Death's Vigil, that actually cares about just the base Ethereals. Give me that. Put it here. Okay, do not call a portal. We're gonna go back and we're gonna pop into the rift and grab Dravis's weird flower.
That skill's not ready.
I'll let my coffee get cold.
Can't do that.
Okay, so we're looking for Dravis's minions. Wraithbone Sash. try to get close enough to get the bomb on him. Drop the bomb on him. Right across this savagery. Oh, it's this boy. Oh, my totems are fucking this guy up. Fucked his ass up. Now we just have to get out. So I believe there is a random exit. And then there's that one which takes you deeper. But going deeper in, there is an exit, a guaranteed exit.
That skill's
Okay,
not
there is a cane, which we are not doing a great job of knocking down. Oh, and we're level 50 as well. Maybe we'll stop in. The resistance base. And see what we can do to sort out equipment.
that skill's not that skill's not
Was very Alright, I will help you. Level me up, daddy. Beep, boop. Right, slowing down a bit. It's going up by 2s now instead of 3s. Well, I don't have any more stat. Alright, let's get the F out of here.
that skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
I hope you're ready to write the next chapter of my story.
Dahlia, what are you doing here? Continue. I think I have what you're looking for. What now then? I've been there. Didn't find this. Thank you for the weapon. What does she give you? She gives you. She didn't give me Spellweaver. She gives you. Maybe she gave me Spellweaver. Thought she gave you one of the hearts. You wear this hat. We could use this mace. Use these shoulders. Could use this hat. We got some flex on bleed resist. I kind of hate losing the chaos res, but we're not going to be fighting Chthonians much longer. Oh yeah, also, what does this do? Gives me some reduced stun duration. Is this thermal bond? Damage absorption, less damage from beasts. Bunch of fish damage and bleeding. I think it's probably the best exclusive skill we could get. I mean, I don't know, just damage absorption. I mean, it would be literally just damage absorption. Well, let's head back then. I do have some flex on Vitality res. If I recall, I believe some of the Death Vigil augments available to me give me a little bit of Vitality res. So we'll see what we can do with that.
Can't do that yet.
We have some flex on bleeding.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. Can't do that yet.
Maybe one of the reasons I'm having such a hard time. Yikes. Upgrading gear. Or switching into this higher level gear. I'm just not willing to. I've just not been paying attention. I should start looking at chests and gloves. And rings. I mean, I do pick up rings. We can go see if Gallus has a better ring. Bit out of the way, but. Okay, I don't think we need anything from Galacros.
You better have a damn good pet.
Black Legion is on the way!
So, listen. If you're serious about it, the Aerials do.
Oh, I'm serious.
I'll give you a
Let's
good
see
try
here.
on what I've got left.
Show you how serious I am. Already got Zeal. Don't need that! Don't need that! Rampage. Maybe my armor isn't as shitty as I thought. You could trade away. That is a thing to consider. Oh, I never clicked on this.
Come see what's
Let me
left
double
of
check
our heirs.
that. I already learned that. Yes, double checking. I don't need that. I don't need that. Rift Torn Greaves. Nah. Generals. Impervious. Yeah, it's time for a new belt, and I might actually have a new belt. I have this. So that's huge. I can trade. Actually, I am considering swapping to Forgotten Gods instead of pushing on to finish this act. And in which case, I'd probably want more. I'd probably want. Wait, what? Well, that just had no chaos res. Okay, well now this is a different proposition. Um, we can tank that. We can just start putting some more points into the Stormcaller's Pact. This hat. I should have. I'm just going to go now and do this. I should have got anything that had res on it. Just in case. Just so it's there if you need to move some shit around. Double check. This is the only one I'm honored with. Okay. So I've got the necrotic flesh. So that's for pets. That's for me. Okay. So I've got some wiggle room. We need to go and smash this. Just get that back, because we definitely need that. Okay. So we've got Flex Vit Res and Flex Bleed Res. Putting that in balances the Aether. Gives me a little more health, double the armor on the chest. This hat. Yeah, I think this is my hat. So what did that do? Giving me some poison acid res, giving me some overcap that. That's really it. And then the virus might shit. It's a whatever. It's a whatever. So we want to double check the pierce. We're good on that. Double check the vitality. And we've got vitality flex. So we're not wearing that. I think we're just not gonna wear that. We're gonna go with the Praetorians. Just good, solid defense. I don't think we're gonna use that. I don't know if we want ectoplasm anymore. So it's just a question of, do you want to try to get that in? That'll give me some stun res. Lose me some chaos res. Lose me some OA. Let's see what we can put on our head. Blessed Whetstone. What do they call it? Head armor. Who's got the sanctifying bone? You need to let's get rid of this shit. Get rid of you. We are probably enough for baby's recipes. Yeah. Vengeful Wrath, which we do need. Runestone. Which we could, that would help. Restless Remains. Damokamuk Drogan. Put Runestone in our head. Did I already get you Death's Cord? Talia, we already got these dudes' stuff. Fervor, Sanctified Bone. spined carapace, leathery hide, bloody whetstone.
See anything you like?
Legion belt, arcane spark, ballistic plating, Lauron's blood.
See you around.
Now let's see. What can I put in my head? A runestone, armor, Ellie resistance, ether resistance, sanctified bone, vit chaos resistance, leathery hide, stun, less whetstone. A runestone would even things out. A sanctified bone would let me like put this on or this. Or both. Because that could become black tallow. As much as I would hate to crack it. I think I like these. I don't even need silk. I could go sanctified bone, refined salt. Oh, for some reason I thought these had aether resistance. They don't. They just have. Can you put in shoulders? What can you put in all armor? Do I just get another anti-venom salve? Ah, no, I smashed this. Should put it in there, because, I mean, we do need to worry about elite resistances, which is going to be the top row. I mean, it is more armor. It is lots of health. Actually, that's more armor. Because of percent. Alright, alright, alright. We'll stick with that for now. want better rings. Do I have enough LA res that I want a different thing than equilibrium? Let's see. What can you tell me about lightning? Squall could be pretty good. Something to put on my E, something to prop things with, just another button to smash. So that is Haunt, Death Chill, Haunt, Death Chill Aura, Sacrifice, Slaughter, Terror, Torment, Zeal, Reckoning. And I just don't have anything. What about Elemental? And Equilibrium is level 18. Lightning and Squall is level 25. For 15 spirit, a chance of 80% lightning. We don't have anything good yet. We'll just live with. This isn't bad. It's always damage. It's always on damage. It's more spirit. It's res. Yeah. Just have to beat until you get something really good. Just tough to beat. Oh, hold on a second. I don't have the quest to assist a cult. Is that because I was dumb and didn't choose a cult? I was pretty sure I was supposed to assist the Bismeal cult. Oh, wait.
What I've heard is true. You do. The schemer's web demand.
Well, wait. I thought I was already friendly with them.
Iron wealth.
So you've chosen to fight under Bismeal's banner. A wise decision. In the end, we all serve Bismeal's will. Yes. I have been...
Wants me to blood out of watchers. I mean, this seems like a good place to stop for the evening. I think I will switch to Forgotten Gods and push until we get a Sigerius's Blade. Restarting the session, we'll probably just go and hit. We'll get a Sigerius Sacred Blade. We'll try to get a Global Sky Effigy. And then at that point, like, we're pretty close to the end of that. We might just, I mean, you're literally at the end. It's just Kaiman and Korvac is all that's left. And I've already done Diala's stuff so that I can finish her quest, get a Celestial Lotus. So, yeah. Thanks for sticking with me, those of you who've been following along on YouTube. I hope that y'all have a great October and November and December of 2023. Yeah, thank you. Have a good one.